this now. All right. You can hear me okay? Just so I'm not yelling at everybody. So what they're doing right now is called pulling cane. They've got some colored glass encased in clear glass. They got it hot and attached it to two poles, and they're pulling the poles apart, which is stretching the glass to make what's called cane. They're going to use the cane later as a design on the piece that he'll make. So there can be a lot of prep work when you're making more intricate glass designs. So right now we're doing a lot of prep work so that we can make the pieces later. Glass is stretchy when it's hot, so they're just going to keep pulling this until it gets too cold and doesn't stretch as much. Turn the music down a little bit. Yeah, you can see the glass glows orange where it's hotter, so that part is still hot. They're pulling and stretching that as much as they can until it gets cold and stiffens up. So later they're gonna chop this up into little pieces and line them up like pencils, and then they'll take clear glass, blow a bubble into it, and then roll that on top of that little lineup of pencils, and it'll pick them up and it'll make stripes on the piece. I'm not sure what color this is. Yeah, the glass looks orange when it's hot because of the heat. The heat kind of glows and emits that energy that makes it look like it's glowing orange with light. Yeah, so now they got this cane pulled. They've got a string of glass they can use to add a pattern to the bubble that they're going to make later. Let me see if we have a visual aid here I can put up there. Could we get a visual of the cane up on the screen, please? So we pulled out the pieces that will eventually get lined up like that and then rolled up to make stripes on the piece. And our artist today's name is Nick Mount, for anybody that just joined us recently. He's among the first generation of artists to be introduced to glass in Australia in the early 1970s. It's grounded in the historic and cultural traditions of the Venetian glass. Nick Mount's work takes a uniquely Australian story of partnership and persistence, industry and innovation, experimentation and growth. In his career spanning almost 50 years, he's made a significant contribution to the development of studio glass as an artistic medium in Australia and is celebrated as a master in his craft. So for his residency, has been sponsored through Fuel Their Fire through the generous support of Phyllis W. Griggs and Laylee Weyerhaeuser. During his residency, he wants to work on new compositions of blown glass forms and components to use as objects for demonstrations during a class at Pilchuck, which is a glassblowing school founded by Chihuly that's up in Stanwood, Washington. So he's working with distorted and interrupted geometric forms with broad and minimal color ways as objects to use in compositions with other glass forms and materials. So today is the first day of his residency. He's really just getting started with some prep work, pulling cane and making the components to add to the main pieces once he has all of the components made. So today's going to be a lot of pulling cane, making different parts that we can use later in the residency for the patterns on the pieces he'll be making. And can we show Nick's work on the screen again, please? Yeah, so there's examples of some of the stuff that he's made. He'll be working towards making similar objects this week in the shop. Helping him is the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So Nick will be working alongside them to make his work. They'll be helping him, assisting him. Nick is right here in the long sleeve light gray shirt. That's Nick. Yeah. But yeah, for now we're just pulling a bunch of cane, so he'll be doing that again. We've got these wooden ladders so that we can pull and stretch the glass out. It's still pretty hot even when it's stiff during the cane pull. So they lay them on these wooden ladders, and that helps to situate them, break them into pieces, put them into our annealing oven, which is that big black box. That's going to cool the glass down slowly. If glass cools too quickly, it gets stressed out and it breaks. So it has to do that annealing process, which will cool it down slowly so we can take it out tomorrow and prepare it, chop it up into pieces, and start using it on the pieces that we're making. So it can be a lengthy process when you're making more intricate pieces. So I'll start at the beginning of how we get the glass in the first place. Could we show the furnace on the screen, please? We got a diagram that explains our furnace. We've got two of them in here. So this big silver thing with the door on it, that's our furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It holds about 1,000 pounds of glass in it, and it stays on all the time. So it has a crucible on the inside, which is like a big bowl that holds all the glass inside of it. And it sits at that 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly around there. You get glass out of the furnace the same way you would scoop honey out of a jar. So they take the sticks and they get the end of them hot. Glass doesn't stick to cold metal, so you preheat the end of the sticks or the blowpipes. You put them into the pool of glass and you turn them and scoop it out the same way you get honey. So that's how it starts, is the clear glass in the furnace. We also have color bars, which is glass that has different metal oxides added to it. You preheat these bars to about 1,000 degrees, and then you pick them up on the end of a stick. So you get a little bit of clear glass on the end of the stick, and hot glass will stick to hot glass. So at 1,000 degrees, this will stick to a little bit of clear glass on the end of a stick, kind of like what Ben has over there in the black shirt. You take that out of an oven that preheats it, and then you can use the color to stretch it, or you can add it to a piece or a bubble, and it makes a layer of color, or in this case, we're making cane. We're also making what's called a Marini. So could we show a slide of the Marini up on the screen, please? Marini is going to make the pattern just like cane would. But you would take Marini, which is, you'd pull it out the same way we just pulled out that cane, and you'd chop it up into little pieces like you're cutting a hot dog, like little pieces. And then you lay those flat. You can heat them up and roll them up into a bubble, and that gives you really intricate, really detailed patterns. So he just mentioned to me we're going to use these cane pulls to make Marini instead of cane. So they'll get chopped up into these little pieces. You heat those up on top of like a ceramic plate in the fire, and then you take a bubble of glass or clear glass or whatever form, you roll it onto that little plate of those Marinis that you melt, and they stick to the surface, and it makes a color pattern of those. That's an example. So those pieces, it would look like that on the surface of the piece. So we got two teams working right now. We've got these two on the left, Gabe and Stina over there. And then we've got Ben over here working with Nick, our artist, to pull some cane and some Marini. Glass blowing is a layering process. So if you build multiple layers of glass and then you pull and stretch that out, when you chop it, you'll see those layers like little rings or patterns on the Marini. It's kind of an abstract process. I hope what I'm saying is making sense. These visuals help too. Yeah. Could we show some of Nick's work up on the screen again? Some of those have examples of how the Marini looks. So that pattern is made from those little pieces and cane. I can continue what I was explaining about how everything works in here. We have our furnace, but we also have what's called the glory hole or the reheating chamber. It's like a big barrel of fire that heats up the glass. We're using that. Ben's using the reheating chamber right now. When we take the glass out of the furnace or out of the ovens, it starts to cool down, and as it gets colder, it gets stiffer. So we reheat it inside the glory hole. The glory hole is the same temperature as the furnace, and it's also powered by natural gas and forced air. So those are the two main pieces of equipment that we're using to blow glass, is the reheating chamber and the furnace. And then we have our benches with all the tools that they sit at to shape the glass. But Ben is getting this little bit of glass ready to pull it out into another piece of cane, which is just to stretch it into a long, skinny piece. We've got these wood ladders so that they can stretch it and lay it on the wooden ladders. Since it's still gonna be, even when the glass looks cold, it's still about 1,000 degrees. So we put it on the wooden ladders so it can cool down a little bit without just putting it right on the concrete. So they're getting it ready to pull and stretch it. Glass blowing is all about temperature and timing. So they've got to work it out to where the temperature and the timing is just right so that it stretches evenly through the whole thing. Stina's over here getting one of the poles ready as the base that will get attached to one of the bits of hot glass that's already on a stick. So it'll be attached to, the blob of glass that's hot will be attached to 2 sticks on both sides. That way we can pull and stretch it out into a big, long, skinny piece of glass. It's called a post. So she's getting one of the posts ready. She's got to get a little bit of glass on the end of it so that we have something to attach the other glass to. Hot glass will stick to other hot glass. So we got to attach it, pull it, and stretch it into a big, long stick. So team on the left is getting ready to pull and stretch some glass into cane, and I think these guys over here are about ready to pull and stretch this one as well. When glass is hot, it's really stretchy and malleable and molten. The consistency of it is a lot like honey. So when it's hot, it's really moving around. As it gets colder, it gets stiffer. So we want it to be really hot so we can really stretch it out. This torch that Nick has is just helping get the right parts of the glass hot so that it stretches evenly. So he's heating up the parts that are getting colder that he still needs to move. That torch is around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, I believe. So it just helps heat up the parts of the glass we want to be hot when it's not in the furnace or in the reheating chamber. So we're going to put that piece of glass we just stretched out into the annealing oven so it can cool down. If it cools too quickly, it's going to shatter, so we have to cool it inside this oven. It's about 950 degrees in there, and at the end of the day, we'll run the program that's on the box on the side that's going to systematically cool it down. That'll allow the glass to anneal, which will help it cool slowly enough so that it doesn't break or crack. Everything that we make has to go through that annealing process because glass goes through a molecular change as it cools, and that has to be done in a controlled environment. Otherwise, the piece is unstable and it breaks. So everything we make today will go into the annealer. It'll cool overnight. We can take it all out tomorrow and then start using it in the shop. So really a lot of prep work is happening today. This is all prep work for the pieces that we'll make later in the process during his residency here. And you can see they attached the hot glass to that bit and they're pulling and stretching it out. As long as the glass is hot, it will keep stretching, but the thinner it gets, the faster it cools. So they're pulling and stretching this out as much as they can until it gets too cold and freezes into place. And you can see the color coming out a little bit as it cools. All the colors look orange when they're really hot. So this is the hotter part. It's glowing orange. The colder part is cooling down and looking more like this ruby red color that we're using. This color is going to be like a ruby red color. The colors will hide in the heat, so all of it looks orange or kind of brownish when it's hot. But once this cools, even this part that's getting colder because it's thinner, you can kind of see that it's starting to turn ruby red. But all the colors will look orange when they're hot. That bit over there that Ben has is a bar of white glass. It looks white right now, but as he gets it hotter, it'll start glowing orange. And that's just from the heat. It's still going to be white when it cools down. And the colors, we don't make the colored glass. There's chemists that mix different metal oxides into clear glass, and those metal oxides make different colors. So an example is if you wanted a bright red glass like the chairs you're sitting in, you'd use copper oxide. But you could also get turquoise from copper oxide depending on the level of oxidation. So there's a lot of chemistry involved in making the color. We don't make the color. We buy it from the glass color and supply store. Right now, Gabe is breaking up the pieces of cane so that we can put them into the annealing oven. They've got to fit in that box, so he's making them smaller. The metal of the tool that he's using is actually shocking the glass where he touches them, and the shock of the cold metal breaks the glass. So he's breaking the pieces up into little sticks so that they fit in the annealer. When they come out of the annealer tomorrow, we'll chop them up all into the same size and start using them for the pieces. And to give you all a better visual explanation of how the cane roll-up works, artists can use the cane to create patterns, lines in the surface of the glass. They're pulling it out into these long ropes and then chopping it up into pieces, and then it gets reworked once it's reheated and added to the piece. And I believe we have a cane roll-up video, if we could pull that up and play it on the screen. So there's no sound for this video, but it still explains the process. So this really gives you an idea of what we're doing today. This is what you're seeing them do, where they're pulling these out, and then later in the video it'll show you the next part of the process. So that kind of gives you an idea of how they get that pattern on there. If you want lines in your piece, you have to make the lines and then add them to the bubble. So that gives you an idea of what they're going to do later in the process. They're also going to do what are called marini, which is a similar process, but instead of sticks, they'll chop it up into little like discs and line those discs all up on a ceramic table or plate, which they'll put into the fire to heat up, and then they'll roll it up the same way you just saw in the video. So it'll put a really detailed pattern on the piece. Venetian glass is what's the word? The techniques and processes that the Venetian Italians created. So they didn't invent glass blowing, but they really mastered a lot of the techniques. And so cane pulling is a Venetian technique, and they also use the roll-up and the marini patterns and all of the processes they're going to use are Venetian Italian. You can have different types of glass blowing. There's like Swedish, Australian, Venetian, yeah. But the Venetian glass blowing is really where all of it stems from. Yes. So before we had the natural gas and forced air for all of this equipment, they used bellows to heat the fire. So they had a system of how people, like who would do what job. They'd have the younger boys would do the bellows to keep the fire going, and then they would move up to being the assistant, and then eventually they would move up to be the master glassblower, which is called the gaffer. And gaffer in Italian means grandfather because the gaffer is like the most experienced one. So grandfather is the one passing all their knowledge down to the assistants and the people working in all the other spots. So it was kind of like a hierarchy. You would work your way up to the top. But they would have people manually stoking the fires and things like that. It looks very different now than it used to, now that we have the equipment and the knowledge that we have about the material and the technology. So it looks very different now than it used to. Okay. So the question was, if we don't use all of the cane, can you put it back in the furnace? And you can reheat it, but you don't want to put it back in the furnace because that's full of clear glass. So if you put the colored glass in the clear, it would mix together. So there's ways you can reuse those, but you wouldn't put it back in the furnace. You could preheat it again and then use it on a different piece. Yeah, all the pieces are usable. He probably is just going to pick the ones he wants on the piece and then save the other ones for another thing. What keeps the metal from getting too hot? So there's parts of it that will get hot. If you see Ben right here, he's touching the pole with his left hand, but if he reaches up too close to the glass, it will get really hot. So you learn over time which part of the pipe is hot and which part you can touch. We also have what are called pipe coolers, which is like a little water trough that you can put the pipe into to cool it down. And I think we have a video about the pipe cooler. Could we play the video for the pipe cooler? This will explain how they can use these pipes.
Typically used when coming out of the furnace that runs at approximately 2100 degrees. It is important to cool the top of the pipe that's closest to the furnace to allow for more surface area when handling the pipe. Once placed on the trough and activated via foot, the water is then pushed up the stem and dispensed at the top. Cycling the water is key to cooling the pipe, creating steam. Once the warm water is overflowed into a secondary chamber, it can then flow down the stem to be expelled out of the bottom of the cooler into an exhaust grate.
Yeah, so they can use the pipe coolers to cool down the metal so they can hold it up higher. But you learn as you learn how to blow glass, you kind of learn what part of the pipe gets hot. And you can even see on the sticks, the part that usually gets hotter is kind of darker, and that's the part that usually gets hotter. So you learn over time which part of the pipe to be careful of touching. But the heat doesn't travel all the way up the pipe, so the parts that they're touching are perfectly safe for anybody to touch. And it looks like we're getting ready to pull another bit of cane. Stina got the post ready, which is just a solid rod with some glass on the end of it that they can attach to this piece that Gabe has over on the left. If you can see, he's got a big blob of glass encased in some clear. He'll attach it to the post that Stina has, and they'll pull and stretch those apart to stretch it into a nice long piece of glass. We've also got this team over here making a white cane, so they're pulling and stretching this this white glass to make a long stick. Hello. Welcome to the Hot Shop. So right now these guys have attached the glass to both of these sticks and they're pulling and stretching it out to make some long cane. This cane pull is a little more graceful than the last one. So when the glass is hot, it's really stretchy. They're pulling it and stretching it apart. And again, it's all about that temperature and timing, so they're going slow. That way the glass has time to stretch out as it cools without pulling really thin in one spot. All right. So we just got a bunch of you guys in here. Has anyone been in the Hot Shop before? Everybody's first time in here? What school are you from? I like that you all said it at the same time. Awesome. Cool. Well, since it's all your first time in the Hot Shop, I'll give you a quick explanation of what's happening in here. So can we see the furnace diagram on the screen again, please? So the Hot Shop is called that because the glass that we're using is really hot. It's 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So the furnace is what holds all the clear glass inside of it, like a big bowl full of honey is what it looks like, but it's hot molten glass. You scoop the glass out of the furnace the same way you get honey out of a jar. And that's how it all starts. All the clear glass is inside our big furnaces. We have 2 furnaces in here that hold about 1,000 pounds of glass each. That's like a bathtub full of molten glass. So you take the metal sticks and you scoop it out. What these guys were doing right when you walked in was called pulling cane. So when glass is hot, it's really stretchy. They took the glass and they attached it to 2 sticks and pulled it and stretched it apart to make long, thin rods of glass that they'll use later on the pieces that they're going to make. If you want to put a line on the glass, you have to make the line. So they stretch the glass out to make these lines that will get added to the pieces later. So today is the first day of Nick Mount's residency. Nick is the one in the long sleeve gray shirt. He's an Australian glass artist that came here to visit to do a residency for this week. So we just started today. He's doing a lot of prep work today so that he can make the pieces later on. We've got Nick Mount, the main artist, and then the Hot Shop team here at the Museum of Glass helping him make all these pieces. Glass blowing is really a team sport. You can't do it all by yourself. So we've got a team here helping our artist out to make all of these components for the pieces they'll make later. Hey. Have any of you seen glass blowing before? You have? Awesome. Well, they're not doing a whole lot of blowing the glass right now. We're really making components for the pieces that we'll make later. So they're pulling cane is what this is called. They're going to stretch it out into these long sticks. Could we see a diagram of the cane on the screen, please? Just so you can have a visual of what it is that they're working towards. So they're pulling these long sticks of glass. They're going to chop it up like that, and that makes stripes on the piece. So they're going to chop it up like pencils and put them all lined up together like pencils in a row. And then they'll take a hot bit of glass on the end of a stick and touch it to those and turn it and roll it, which will have those sticks stick to the surface. Hot glass sticks to other hot glass. So they'll pick up those sticks that they're making, and it'll translate as stripes onto the piece. Do any of you know what glass is made of? What do you think? I heard somebody. Yeah. Yeah. Sand. Yeah. So it's typically made from the silica that comes out of sand. It's part of the chemical makeup of sand, is silica. So clear glass is made of silica, soda ash, and limestone. And those components are what make it to where we can work with the glass at these temperatures. It's mostly silica, which was found in sand. But you melt those three things together in a furnace and it makes clear glass. To get the colors in the glass, it's different metal oxides. So if you wanted a turquoise glass, you would put copper oxide into the clear glass. It would all mix together and you'd have turquoise glass. So we don't make the glass ourselves. There's glass chemists that make it for us, and we buy it in solid bars, or what's called frit, which is bars that are crushed into little pieces. And it just depends on what you want to make, how you use the color, how you add it to the piece. We use clear glass, which is like the blank canvas. You start with clear, and you add the color to it in layers. So making glass pieces is a layering process. You build it up one layer at a time. So right now, they're making components for the layers that they will add to the pieces later on. It's a pretty cool process, though. When glass is hot, it's stretchy. So they're taking a big blob of hot glass and pulling it and stretching it into these really skinny little sticks. That's what these ladders on the ground are for. When you pull the glass, it's still, when it's cold, it's still about 1,000 degrees. So they lay it on these wooden ladders instead of just straight on the concrete. That would break the glass. This is called a water cooler. It cools the metal of the pipes so that you can hold on to it. When you put the sticks to get glass out of the furnace is about 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit, so that metal gets really hot. You can cool it down by just putting it in this pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water. So you roll the pipe in here and it cools it down so that you can hold the pipe up higher. They're not making the drawings over here. They're making some of Nick's work. Could we show some of Nick's work on the screen? So we'll show some of Nick's past pieces up on the screen to give you an example of the kind of things he wants to make in the shop this week. There we go. So the cane that we're pulling, those sticks, you can see them on the pieces. They're the lines in the glass. If you want a line in your piece, you have to stretch a piece of glass out to make that line and then add it to your piece. So these are some of Nick's past works to give you an example of what we're working towards. And let me tell all of you a little bit more about our visiting artist. We've got a little about me of Nick Mount. So Nick Mount is among the first generation of artists to be introduced to glass in Australia in the 1970s. Grounded in the historic and cultural traditions of the Venetian glass, Mount's work takes a uniquely Australian story. It's a story of partnership and persistence, industry and innovation, experimentation and growth. He has a reputation for being a generous mentor in a career spanning almost 50 years. In a career spanning almost 50 years, Mount has made a significant contribution to the development of glass as an artistic medium in Australia. So Nick has been working with distorted and interrupted geometric forms with broad and minimal colorways as an objects to use in compositions with other glass forms and materials. So some of his work up here shows how he likes to use those interrupted geometric forms. He's got some sketches of the ideas that he wants to make, and they're similar to these images that you're seeing up on the screen. Do any of you have any questions? Yeah. How do they do what? So when the glass is hot, it's malleable, it's movable, kind of like taffy or warm honey. And while it's hot, you can shape it and blow into it and pull it and stretch it and cut it and twist it and all kinds of stuff. So we work with the glass at really high temperatures because it's molten and malleable. And as it cools, it gets stiffer. So when we work with it at these temperatures, we can do all kinds of stuff to it, and then it cools into the shape that we make. Yeah, glass is what's called an amorphic solid. So if it's hotter, it moves around, and as it cools, it gets stiff. It all has to do with the molecules and the chemistry behind how glass is made. It's kind of like honey. When honey's really hot, it moves around a lot, and as it gets colder, it gets stiffer and gooier. The consistency of glass is a lot like honey. Yep. Right. Very carefully. You work with glass at these high temperatures, you have to work with it very carefully. Yeah. If the glass gets too cold too quickly, it will break from what's called thermal shock. If glass changes temperature too fast, it can't handle that rapid change and it will crack and break. So we have our furnaces that keep the glass hot, which is what Gabe is doing right now. He's getting glass out of the furnace over here in the black hat. He's scooping it out the same way you get honey out of a jar. When he comes out, it's gonna look orange, but that's clear glass. It just looks orange because of how hot it is. It's about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually a couple hundred degrees hotter than molten lava. So it's glowing orange just because it's hot, but as it cools, it'll look more like glass. What's your question? They don't burn themselves by working very carefully. Do you have a question? Yeah. This big black box is called an annealing oven. As glass cools, it goes through a molecular change, so it has to do that in a controlled environment. If the glass gets too cold too fast, it will break or shatter. So we cool it down inside these annealing ovens. It's an oven that slowly cools the glass down over time, that way it doesn't break. So everything we're making is gonna go into the big black box on that side of the studio. This one is not on right now. They used it yesterday. So that one is empty, but the one on that side is full of all the pieces we're making today. It'll cool down overnight, and then tomorrow they can take it out and start using it on the pieces that they're gonna make. So today is a lot of prep work. We're doing a lot of prep work for the end goal is to have these patterns of Marini and of cane. Yeah, when glass is hot, it'll stick together. So they're making these pieces and letting them cool down so that they anneal, but then they'll bring them back out and preheat them to about 1,000 degrees, and then they'll add them to the piece tomorrow. So they have to make the pattern if they want a pattern on the piece. So today they're making all of the stuff that will be used for the patterns. Yeah. So we're doing a lot of cane pulling today. So lots of pulling and stretching the glass out. When the glass is hot, you can stretch it like taffy. So they're gonna attach 2 rods to the end of a big blob of glass and then pull the rods apart, which will stretch the glass out into big long strings. So they're pretty close to doing that right now. Over on the left side of the studio, Stina and Gabe are getting ready to pull another bit of cane. So we've got two different teams working right now towards the same goal. These guys in the middle are pulling cane with white glass to make a big long white string of glass. And the team on the left is pulling really long strings of red glass. So we have red and white color that we're working with. Stina in the middle there is making what's called a post. And the post will get attached to the bit of glass that Gabe has on the far left. Once those are attached, they'll pull them apart to stretch the glass out. Yeah, what's your question? So Stina and Gabe are starting to pull some cane on that end of the studio. They've attached the bits of glass to two sticks, and they're pulling them apart. It stretches the glass into these sticks like the one that she's got over here. But yeah, they pulled that big blob of glass into a long, skinny string, stretched it apart as fast as they, or as long as they could. As the glass got colder, it gets stiffer and harder to pull. So they pulled it while they had the heat and got it as thin as they wanted it. Now they can take this and chop it into pieces. How's it going? What school are you guys from? Okay. Have you seen glass blowing before? First time, all right. Well, let me start from the beginning so you know what's going on. So we have furnaces in here that keep all the glass molten. Can we see the furnace diagram, please? So this is where it all starts. We got a big furnace that holds all the clear molten glass inside of it. It's a big bowl that holds it all in there, kind of like a big salad bowl full of honey. You scoop the glass out of the furnace with a solid or a hollow stick of metal. The same way you'd get honey out of a jar. You scoop it out on the end. So these guys are doing what's called pulling cane today. Cane is a long string of glass. I've got an example of one here. Looks kind of like a pencil of glass. So they're pulling really long strings of glass like this that they'll chop into little pieces to add as a pattern onto the piece they're making. Our artist today's name is Nick Mount. He's an Australian glass artist. Today's his first day of his residency that goes on for 5 days. So we're just getting started today making his work. Could we show some of Nick's work up on the screen? This is Nick right here in the gray long sleeve shirt. He's our artist. Well, yeah, glass is molten inside of our furnace. It's 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit in there, which is actually hotter than molten lava. So we're working with really hot glass. Clear glass looks orange when it's hot. That's just because of the temperature. Right now we've got a bar of colored glass on the end of this stick in the middle bench right here. They're gonna get this really hot and pull it and stretch it like taffy to make a long, thin, what looks like a rope of glass. And then later they'll take those sticks and they'll roll them up onto a bubble to make a pattern. So some of these pieces up on the screen have patterns on them to show you kind of what the goal is. I know, this is a cool building, huh? So these big barrels here that we're using to heat up the glass are called the reheating chambers. They're the same temperature as the furnaces, but they're used to reheat the glass. The furnace keeps all the clear glass molten. That's like the blank canvas. The reheating chambers are for melting the color and reheating the clear glass that we took out of the furnace. So we've got multiple different machines up here that we use for the glass blowing process. They're all sitting over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit though. So we're working at really high temperatures. No matter what color the glass is, when it's hot, it's gonna look orange, and that's just because of how hot it is. As it cools, the colors come out a little bit more. But Ben over here in the black t-shirt is getting ready to shape this bit of glass that we can pull it and stretch it into a piece of cane. And the cane is just a long, thin stick of glass. The team on the left side is doing something similar. So glass blowing, when you're making something really intricate with lots of patterns and different shapes and colors, there's a lot of moving parts. So this piece that we're making is Nick's vision, but we have the team helping him make it happen, because he wouldn't be able to do it all by himself. Glass blowing is really a big community thing. We all rely on each other and work together. So Nick is like the team captain. All the other people in the studio, yeah, you're the team captain. Everybody else in the studio is helping him work towards the goal that he wants. They are getting the glass hotter so they can pull it and stretch it. That torch is helping us heat up specific parts of the glass. There's a lot of physics in glass blowing, so they're using gravity and heat to pull and stretch that out into a long stick. We're working with the glass at really high temperatures, so it wouldn't break at this temperature, but if it gets too cold, it would. So we're really paying attention to the temperature and the timing of how we work with the glass. If this does get too cold and we try to work with it, it would break. Yeah. If the glass gets anywhere below 1,000 degrees, that's when it could break. But we're working anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees. So it's too hot to break unless you get it cold, too cold. So they're putting that stick they just pulled into that big oven. That's called the annealing oven. If the glass cools too quickly, it will shatter. So they have to cool it slowly inside that oven in a controlled temperature. It's going to slowly cool down overnight so that tomorrow morning they can take it out and start using those pieces after they've cooled and they won't be at risk of shattering. So today they're just doing a lot of prep work. You're going to see them pulling a lot of cane, getting a lot of things ready for the pieces they'll be making. They'll really start putting it all together tomorrow, the next day. But today's the first day of Nick's residency, so they're really just getting started making all these components. There can be a lot of prep work involved with really intricate glass pieces. He has a sketchbook with some drawings for what he wants to do. But then we have the images that were up on the screen. They're pretty similar to what he wants to make, just little different shapes. Yeah. And you had a question too, sorry. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can borrow his sketchbook to show you some of his drawings. So Nick's got some drawings of the pieces he's working towards here. I can show them around to you guys. So this is the goal of what we're working towards making. They're little forms, glass-blown forms with different patterns on them. So if you want a line or a pattern on your glass, you have to make the pattern and then add it to the main piece. So we're working towards making the patterns. That way we can make these shapes and these forms. Oh. So he'll make things like these blown glass sculptures and forms with different patterns on them. Can you see those okay in the back row? Okay. So yeah, this is the goal for the residency, is pieces that are these kind of shapes. I'm going to leave it here. There you go. You have a question? Yeah. So this is what we're making today, is these cane, which looks like a pencil of glass. It does look like candy. Don't eat it. No. Yeah, you have a question? These ladders or tracks are for when they pull and stretch the cane. Even when it's cold, the glass is still about 1,000 degrees. So they lay it on these wooden panels, and that helps it from cracking. If they lay it right on the concrete could chill it and break the glass. So they lay it on these ladders, that way it can cool a little bit before they break it up and put it into the annealing oven. Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. So the question was, how does anyone get started with glassblowing? There's different avenues you can take. You can learn how to do it in school. We've got the Hilltop program teaching high school students how to blow glass. And then you could learn in college. Colleges have programs. You could also get a job at a factory, and they pay you to learn how to make their product. Or you can just do it for fun. You can take classes at different studios that offer classes. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can try it out. It's kind of like learning how to play an instrument, though. If you want to be a good glass blower, you got to practice every day and build up your skill. Yeah. So the way we get color in the glass is through a lot of chemical processes. So there's chemists that mix different metal oxides into clear glass, and they chemically react and make the colors. So if you wanted a cobalt blue, like a dark blue, you would take cobalt metal oxide and add it to clear glass, and it would melt into it and turn the glass into that color. It's very small amounts of metal. So here we're stretching the glass out. What's your question? So the big black oven is called the annealing oven, and it helps cool the glass down slowly. If the glass gets too cold too quickly, it stresses it out and it breaks the glass. So we cool it down inside there. It's got a computer system that controls the temperature and lowers it really slowly, so the glass can cool over time instead of cooling too rapidly. Thanks for joining us. Hope that was fun. Go get some lunch. All right. Yeah, so on the left side of the studio over here, they're going to do what's called a cane roll-up. They've got the pieces of the cane they pulled and stretched. They lined them up like little pencils in a row. They're going to heat them up and then take another rod with glass on it and roll it over those pieces, and they'll stick to the surface, kind of wrap around the glass that they're going to roll on top of it. Could we actually see the cane roll-up diagram on the screen? It'll give you a good visual of what's going to happen. So they'll line them up and roll over it. They'll stick to the outside and create those lines on the outside of the piece. Yeah, over here on the left side, if you can't really see it, you can come see on this side a little better. Yeah, so they rolled it up. Now those pieces of color that they stretched into lines are wrapped around this clear glass. They can blow this out and stretch it into whatever shape, and it'll have lines of color on it. Yeah, if you want a pattern on the glass, you have to make the pieces that will form the pattern. So we pulled the lines out, they rolled them up, and now they're going to blow this out into a shape. Yeah, so the color looks orange, but that's just because of the temperature of the glass. When it cools, it's going to be this ruby red color that these pieces are down here, if you can see them. It's kind of a nice ruby red color. So they took one of these, chopped it up into pieces that were all the same size, and then rolled them up, and now they're attached to the piece. They can blow a bubble in there and expand it into whatever shape. I don't know what shape they're making, so we're going to find out together. Yeah. So the rod that Gabe has is like a big metal straw. There's a mouthpiece on the end. You can't see it right now because he's holding it right there, but there's a mouthpiece on it that he can blow into. It'll get a bubble, and then you can blow and stretch the glass out. On this side of the studio over here, Ben has just a solid bar of glass that he's melting. They'll shape it up kind of like they'll flatten it so it's like a rectangle, and he'll pull and stretch it out. And then later when that comes out of the oven where it cools down, they'll chop it up, kind of like when you're chopping fruit or something. They'll chop up the little pieces so they become little squares. And they line all those squares up the same way they lined up the cane, heat it up, and then roll the bubble on it, and it'll make like a checkered pattern. So over here, they've got some teamwork happening. Stina is blowing into the pipe as Gabe is shaping the glass. He's telling her when to blow and when to stop blowing, and they're kind of working on it at the same time. Our artist today's name is Nick Mount. He's the one in the long sleeve gray shirt. Yeah. Yeah, he's given them idea of what he's looking for, and then they're making it happen for him while he's working on other components. So it's a big team effort. Nick Mount is the artist in residence, so he's like the team captain, and then everyone else is helping him make his vision happen. Because glassblowing can be a pretty extensive process with lots of people, lots of moving parts. So they're all working together to make his vision happen. Yeah. Hello to everyone that just joined us. So in the shop today, we've got multiple things going on. Our artist's name is Nick Mount. He's the resident artist this week, and the rest of the team is helping him make components for the pieces that he'll be making during his residency. Today is the first day of the residency, so they're really just making a lot of components and prep work for the pieces that they'll make later. So we're pulling Kane and Marini is what they're called. So we're making the pieces that will create the pattern that will add to the pieces that we start making once all of the prep work is done. Kane is glass that's pulled and stretched out really thin, and Marini is little patterns that you roll up into a bubble to create like a checkered pattern. Yeah, you had a question? Yes. That big black box is called the annealing oven. So glass has to, yeah, the annealer. Glass goes through, sorry, pause. That's really loud. I don't want to try to talk over it. But the annealing oven cools the glass down slowly so that it doesn't get shocked and break. If the glass gets too cold too fast, it breaks. So we have to cool it in a controlled environment over time. Yeah. So we're making all the components that will be annealed. Tomorrow we'll take them out and they'll cut them into pieces to make the pattern that will add to a piece, probably tomorrow or the next day. Yeah, today's his first day of the residency, so they're doing a lot of that prep work today. Yeah. But the glass, all the glass in the furnace is clear, and they have bars of color like this. This is a bar of orange glass. They preheat these in little ovens, and then you can pick them up on the end of a stick and you can stretch them or pull them into different patterns. So Kane is these big long strings of glass. This is called Kane. You can cut them, chop those up, and roll them up onto a bubble to make stripes. So they're working on one of the Kane roll-ups on that side of the studio. They got a bunch of those pieces and lined them up like pencils, and then rolled the clear glass on top to create the striped pattern. And now they're blowing it out into a shape. Yeah. You can see on the screen how it's got those stripes from rolling those bits of glass up. And they're gonna blow that out. Yeah. So that's what's happening over there. One of this tool right here, this big silver box is called a garage, and it kind of blocks your view over here. But that's why we got it on the screen. You can see what they're doing over there. Yeah. Yeah. And then the team over here is taking solid bars of colored glass, shaping them up, kind of flattening the edges, and then pulling and stretching it out. Then they'll chop that up like if you cut a hot dog into little pieces, and they're gonna make little squares, and they can line those squares up to look like a checker pattern and roll them onto the glass to make that pattern. Yeah, there can be a lot of prep work involved in making these really intricate patterns. So that's really what we're working towards, is creating the pieces that will make the patterns. Yeah. The furnace over here, Nick with the black shirt on is standing in front of the furnace. That holds all the clear glass. We scoop it out the same way you get honey out of a jar. So he's about to get some glass out of the furnace. That's all clear glass. It just looks orange when it's really hot. So he just scooped a little bit of glass out of there, same way you get honey out of a jar. He'll bring it over, and they'll add it to this piece. Right now, they're putting a little bit of clear on the end of this solid rod of glass. That will give them like a little knob to hold onto so they can pull it and stretch it. Yeah. When the clear glass is molten, it looks orange, but it's clear glass. So he put a little knob of clear on the end. That way they have something to hold onto to pull and stretch that color bar out thinner. So they'll dunk that little bit of clear into those buckets of water, which will cool it down a lot and make it solid so they have a little knob to grab onto. So he's dunking that little bit of clear glass in the water. That makes it really cold and solid. And then he can grab it with a tool. Yeah. So these are some of his sketches of the pieces that he's working towards. They're little drawings, if you can see that back there. So they're making the components that will make these like checkered patterns and the stripes. Yeah. So they're working towards these as the final goal, but they're making the patterns right now. Oh yeah, sorry. Bring him over here so you guys can see him. So these are drawings of the work he's trying to accomplish. So we're making all of the like the checkers pattern and the stripe patterns. We're working on making those patterns so that he can put it all together later to make these pieces. Yeah. Yeah. I'll set this back down over here if you want to see it. It'll be on the table. Yeah, the color starts like this. It's just a big bar. You preheat this to about 1,000 degrees so that you can pick it up on the end of a rod and melt it and stretch it and pull it, and twist it up, whatever they want to do. So we go to the store and we buy bars of color. There's chemists that make the colors for us. So it starts as clear glass. They add different metal oxides to the glass, which make the colors, and then sell them to us like this. The stickers. Different metal oxides make different colors. So I think this is like a copper blue. Copper made this color. I can't tell you for sure what exact metals make all the colors, because there's like 300 plus colors we can pick from. But you, as a glass artist, you kind of learn what metals make what colors, because that's what determines how much it costs when you buy it at the store. Like a nice pink color is one of the most expensive colors, because pink is made from gold metal oxide. So when you're buying a bar of pink color, you're actually buying a little bit of gold, and that's what makes it expensive. Yeah. But we can get over 300 different colors of these different rods of glass. And so I believe that's like a green color. So they're just using gravity to help stretch that out. That bar is going to be a nice like granny apple green color when it cools down. But because it's hot, it looks orange. When glass is hot, its consistency is a lot like honey. So the hotter it is, the more it moves. As it gets colder, it gets stiffer. So this is anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees right now. If it gets too far below 1,000 degrees, then it'll shatter. So they have to work at these high temperatures so the glass doesn't break. But they can break it off the pipe by purposefully getting that spot really cold, which cracks the glass. So they're going to break it right there where he had the metal, getting the glass extra cold. And then that's going to go into the annealing oven, where it'll cool down overnight. Tomorrow when that comes out, they can take it into the cold shop, which is behind the hot shop. The cold shop is where you work on the glass when it's cold. You can cut it and grind it and polish it. So they're going to cut it into little pieces that'll be little squares, and then they'll line that up on a flat surface to where it looks like checkers. So they're doing different colors. They'll line that up into that pattern, and then they can melt all those little pieces together to make like a little plate, and then they roll the clear glass over it, and it sticks to the outside, and it makes the pattern. So it's pretty detailed process. Yeah. So they're going to do that all again. He picked up another bar. They're going to stretch that out. Yeah. But since you guys all joined us recently, I can read you a little bit about our visiting artist. His name is Nick Mount. He's among the first generation of artists to be introduced to glass in Australia in the early 1970s. Grounded in the historic and cultural traditions to the Venetian glass, Mount's work tells a uniquely Australian story It's a story of partnership and persistence, industry and innovation, experimentation and growth. He has a reputation for being a generous mentor. In a career spanning almost 50 years, Mount has made a significant contribution to the development of studio glass as an artistic medium in Australia and is celebrated as a master of his craft. So he's here this week through the 31st, working with the team to make some of his work. Nick Mount is the one in the gray long sleeve shirt over here. Yeah, there he is. Can we show some of Nick's work on the screen, please?
So what they make here, is that stay displayed in the museum, or what does it go to?
This is some of the previous work he's made. He's making similar work here, but a little different. We've got our sketches down here to give you an idea of what he's making. Yeah. But this is some of his past work to give you kind of an idea of his style. Yeah. So the piece that they cut off and put into this big silver box, this is called the garage. The garage is where you park pieces while you're not using them, and that keeps them warm so they don't break. So that's like a placeholder for different components. So while they work on this one, that one's just staying warm, and when they're finished with the one they're working on, they can take that one out and use that and work on it. So it's a way they can kind of placeholder it while they're making something else. In there, there's like little doors, and then there's fire in there that just keeps it about 1,000 degrees. So that's just holding pieces at the right temperature until they're ready to use them. Yeah. But what they're making over here is the little pieces on the sculptures here. So these sculptures kind of look like little busts, and these parts, the little like earmuffs, little pieces, they're making those for the pieces. So he's cutting pieces of this off and making them the right shape, and those will be the pieces they add to the sculptures as the little like earmuff looking pieces later. So they're making a bunch of components and patterns today, and this is the end goal. Yeah. Yeah. So they're all working together towards the same end goal. They're just making different components at the same time. So that bench is making the pattern for the checkered patterns, and this bench is making the little earpieces. So these are kind of like abstract busts, if that makes sense. I think there's another drawing here. Yeah, that's a more detailed drawing of what we're looking for. Yeah. But he's going to make a couple of them. So he's got different shapes and forms he's going to try. I don't know. I don't know what they're called. He just called them busts. Yeah. Like an abstract bust, like they used to do with marble, where it's just like the top half of a person. But it's an abstract version of that. Yeah, it does. I think that was a little bit of what he was going for, is to make it look kind of like otherworldly busts. So if anyone just joined us recently, this is kind of the end goal for what Nick wants to make. They're abstract bust sculptures. Yeah. So the team over here in the middle is pulling Marini, which is going to end up being the checker pattern. They're making the little squares of glass so that they can put them all together and melt them into the checker pattern. And then the team on that side is making the little earmuff shapes. Yeah. So there's multiple moving parts right now. They're just trying to get all the components ready. And then once all the components are ready, they'll start blowing out the shapes and the sculpted pieces to put together to make the finished piece. But since today's the first day of the residency, they're really just doing a lot of the prep work for the patterns. And then later on, when they've got all the parts, they'll put them all together to make the sculptures. So today is the first day of the residency, so they're making a lot of components that will be used to make the final pieces. So they're doing a lot of prep work today. They're making pieces that will be added to the final sculpture. So we had a piece in that big silver box called the garage. You park pieces in there to keep them warm. So they sit in there at around 1,000 degrees, which keeps them from breaking. If the glass gets too cold, it cracks. So you make components and you put them in there until you're ready to take them out and continue shaping them. So we had a piece in there. He just took it out and put it in the reheating chamber, which builds that temperature up so that he can blow and shape the piece. They've got a little drawing down here of kind of the final shape they're going for. If this makes sense, this is the pipe and this is the glass off the end of it. So they're going to shape it kind of like a little saucer. But the sculptures we're making are abstract busts. So it's like a head, body, head, shoulders. These pieces are going to be like the ears. So they're making the little pieces that they'll add to the components later. Yeah, we got some drawings over here. So we're about to do what's called a cane roll-up. Could we show the cane roll-up diagram on the screen? So this is what they're going to do. They have those pieces of glass lined up on that tray. They're going to take this bubble that's over here in the middle bench, and they'll roll it onto that lineup of cane, and it'll create the stripes. So that's what we're getting prepared to do here. There can be multiple moving parts for one piece of glass. So we're getting the two benches lined up with our temperature and timing so that we can put all of this together to make our pattern. So if you can't really see what they're doing over there, we also have what's happening up on the screen. We're about to do our cane roll-up. They just got to line up their temperature and timing and get it all set up so that it works. All the glass it's got to be the right temperature and timing so the glass is all hot enough that it sticks together. If it's too cold, it'll break the pieces. If it's too hot, they'll melt into a weird shape. So we've got to get this all lined up right. These guys are all discussing their game plan right now. And we'll add all the pieces together. So Ben over here is doing what's called a strip gather. He didn't need all the clear glass that he got out of the furnace, so he let some of it strip off into that bucket. All the clear glass in that bucket can get put back in the furnace, so we can recycle the clear glass. If it has color in it, we don't want to put it in the furnace because all the glass in the furnace is clear. So all the glass in that bucket is clear glass we can put back in the furnace later. So they're getting ready to do our cane roll-up. Just heating up those pieces of cane, those stripes of glass. They're going to take the bubble and roll it on top. They'll stick to it and create that layer of stripes on the outside. Now that we have those on there, we can melt them into the piece and start to shape and blow the bubble that's inside there. And that will create those stripe patterns. So if you want a pattern on the glass, you have to make the pattern and then put it on the piece. So that's what we did with our cane roll-up. You pull the cane into a long, thin string. You chop it up and make it look like a row of pencils. Heat it up, roll it onto the bubble, and now we have stripes. So they're going to start melting those all in to get it sealed to the surface and blowing the bubble that's inside there to create the pattern and the shape. So we're using gravity to stretch this out into a long cylinder. The furnaces sit at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and they hold a big pot of clear glass. So we start with the clear, and you add the colors. They've got the colors heating up inside another oven that gets them about to 1,000 degrees. So you melt them, and then you add them to the piece. They've done a lot of prep work this morning. They did what's called pulling cane, which is pulling and stretching glass out into little threads, and then they rolled hot glass onto those threads that were lined up on a plate, and that created the stripes. And now they're blowing this out. There's a bubble inside there that they're blowing to create this shape. These are components for some sculptures that our visiting artist is going to make. Our visiting artist right there in the gray shirt, his name is Nick Mount. And he's got this team helping him make components for the sculptures. So he just started his residency today. It goes through the 31st. They're doing a lot of like prep work for the sculptures. So if you want a pattern on your glass, you have to make the pieces that will become the pattern. So they've been doing that a lot today. He's going to make some sculptures that look like abstract busts, like head and shoulders, but they'll be kind of more abstract with some intricate patterns on them. So they're making all the patterns today. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air, and that just keeps it going, keeps it hot. And this big barrel of fire is also powered by natural gas and forced air. That's called the reheating chamber. It's used to reheat the glass when it gets cold. If it gets too cold, it cracks, so they put it back in there to give it some heat. That way it doesn't break. And the hotter it is, the more malleable it is, so they get it hot enough to blow it and shape it. So there's a lot of physics in glass blowing. They use gravity and heat, thermal energy. So they're making a big tube here. This is just like a big hollow tube. They opened the end of it, and that pipe is just a big metal straw. So they blew the bubble, and then they opened the end of it to make it just a long cylinder. So there's certain techniques and ways that you work with the glass so that you don't get burned or touch the hot part of the stick. And that just comes with practice. You know, you take classes and teachers will explain to you, don't touch this part, don't touch that because it's hot, things like that. When the glass gets cold, if it gets too cold, it'll break. And if it gets too hot, it could fall off the pipe. So if he stops turning the pipe when the glass is hot, it would fall off. But if it gets too cold and you try to put it back in the fire to heat it up, it could break or explode from thermal shock. So it's a balance of working with the right temperature and understanding the process. It comes with a lot of practice.
And you just know by the time or by how like red it glows?
You learn through experience, and it glows more orangish when it's hot. And you can feel it moving, like when you touch it with the tools. If the glass isn't moving, that means it's getting cold and you need to heat it up. But if it's really hot and moving around a lot, you just work with it until it stops moving. So it's all about the temperature and timing. So the team right now is making some components out of this tube of glass. They're taking the components and putting it into this big silver box called the garage. The garage is where you can park pieces so that they stay hot while you're making other components. So the garage is about 1,000 degrees, maybe a little more. They put pieces in there and it keeps the pieces hot so that they can leave them there, go make other components or go to lunch or something. When they come back, those pieces will be in the garage without getting too cold and breaking. If the glass gets too cold, it'll crack. So we keep it in there. It keeps it up to the right temperature so that the pieces don't break while we're working on other components. So they're making components that we'll probably pick up out of the garage after lunch to continue working on. Oh yeah, so these ladders on the ground, whenever you do something called pulling cane, you'll take a blob of hot glass and you'll put a stick on one end and a stick on the other end. You pull them and stretch them out to make this long, skinny strip of glass. And you lay that big strip of glass on these ladders because they're made of wood that helps keep the glass from breaking. So it helps cool it down. So you stretch the glass out like a big taffy pull.
So what do you do with that part of the glass, the big stretched out part?
So those big stretched out pieces is what you chop into little lines, and you put those on a what do you call it? Like a big tray. There you go. Thank you. You put those on like a metal tray. You line them up like a bunch of pencils lined up in a row, and then you can roll a bubble over it, and it creates stripes. It creates a pattern on the piece. So they pulled a bunch of cane, they're all on that end. They just look like big sticks. So this is for when you're pulling the cane into that big long strip, and then they chop that into smaller pieces. If you pulled the cane and laid it straight on the concrete, it could get cold and crack. So these wooden ladders are on the ground so that they can set them on there and they can cool down without getting too cold and breaking. So they can break it where they want them to break.
Do they have to heat it up to break them, or they just chop it? Yeah.
Or no, they can just chop those into pieces. Yeah. Nope. It breaks them in a specific spot. They'll take a metal tool and they'll touch the glass there, and that will shock the glass and break it where the metal touches it. So if the glass gets too cold too fast, it'll crack, so they crack it on purpose in a specific spot to break the big long line into little pieces. Yeah. But the team is going to lunch right now. I think we'll be back around 2 o'clock.
How often do they change out the glass?
I've always thought of Walter as sort of the Van Gogh of the studio glass movement, this sort of unsung. He was always pushing the limits of what glass could do and the way it communicated with people.
He's so smart. He likes the science of it. He likes the history of it.
The things I take inspiration from Walt is just his excitement for the material.
He's so passionate about the material and so passionate about making sure people learn and grow in their knowledge of glass.
He is very well versed in the history of different aspects of glassmaking and can speak with authority.
Walt's the man. He's the one that has that perspective.
I think that Walt is so beloved.
Walter's contribution is massive. It's been a pleasure, and of course he's been working here for a very long time, many years, as our main MC in the hot shop. Walter Lieberman is a gifted artist and illustrator whose talents have taken on a new dimension during his time at the Museum of Glass. It was here that he began creating technical illustrations of glassblowing techniques drawn directly onto the hot shop floor. Well, drawing on the hot shop floor is a tradition within the glass movement, but Walter really takes it to the next level.
A picture says 1,000 words, so a chalk drawing helps convey or what the artist's vision is.
He's trying to look for tools to help explain what's being made to the audience. So he can sit there and explain with his hands all day about, okay, now you're going to take this bubble and stick it to this bubble, but the natural thing for Walt to do is to draw it out.
His drawings bring a visual to that. I think they deepen the level of education and learning that can happen in our hot shop.
They actually are better than photographs because you can see, the important parts.
He would, shade it to make sure that it really kind of came to life, and it was nearly, three-dimensional on the hot shop floor, and he was drawing on such a large scale too.
They're like scientific or botanical illustrations, and they're also extremely beautiful. So you're not looking at background, you're not looking at reflections. Well, you see some reflections, but they're drawn.
Walter Lieberman grew up on the outskirts of New York City, a place teeming with energy, culture, and constant stimulation. Even as a child, he turned to art as a form of escape and expression.
Walt was always directed towards art. He was always drawing. He had a crayon in his hand and later on a pencil or paintbrush. And so he's always been an artistic person, and he's always been sketching, and he's always been very visually oriented, I would say.
I, started out copying comic books. Mad magazine was a big influence on my artistic career. When you're young, you want to do stuff just like the professionals do. So, my standard of excellence was how much it looked like the actual magazine. Both my mom and dad were hobby painters. My dad was a lawyer, my mother was a school teacher. I wanted to be a computer scientist, just like my brother. I had, drawn and painted and done all that art stuff as a kid, but I didn't really think of it as a career. As I got older, I decided if I'm ever going to do it, I've got to do it when I'm young. So now's the time. So I quit Carnegie Mellon and I went to live with my brother in Boston.
I said, well, why don't you come up and here in Boston, we have the Massachusetts College of Art.
Well, he was doing a series of pieces called the Erosion series of glass, where he was sandblasting into the glass, and he was doing something unlike anybody else that I knew of at the time.
He was blowing glass bowls and sandblast images into them, or sheets of glass that were salvaged off of old buildings in Seattle and sandblast images into them. He was not so much a painter as he was working with sandblast glass.
I was studying glass at Mass Art, and it was mostly glass blowing. And I was, sort of gaining basic skills, but I was kind of bored with the results. So I made a vase and I made a bowl, and I wasn't all that excited about it. So I started to work with a sandblaster and carve the glass, and I would carve it till it was almost cut in half, and there was just one little piece that held the two halves together, and to sort of create the tension, the glass being beautiful and fragile. I got a lot of good feedback on that. In fact, I got into this international show called Glass Now in 1979, and it went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, the Victoria and Albert in London, the Louvre in Paris. Oh, I was all over the place, just like everybody else who learns to blow glass. You know, you think you've invented stuff, and then you open up a book and you find out that somebody copied you 100 years before you were born. In college, my teacher, Dan Daly, he was a terrific role model. He wasn't a great teacher, but he was a terrific role model because he took his work so seriously. And I think that's what led me to believe that you could actually be a serious artist and do that for a living.
In his early years, Lieberman's artwork was deeply rooted in political and social themes. This commitment to authenticity and social engagement has remained a defining element of his work throughout his career.
He was always pushing the limits of what glass could do and the way it communicated with people.
He had social concerns. He's actually an extremely honorable person, unbelievably honorable to the point of maybe painfully honorable. And he would have stuff about the homeless, early before it was trendy to be worried about the homeless, so with a bottle in a doorway and a man. And these are the sort of things that back when the day in the 80s when people were trying to do a beautiful goblet.
Went on civil rights marches, burned my draft card. That was where I started out, looking at political and social issues.
He was bringing really powerful content to his paintings.
There was a famous Japanese tour that came through here in the early years where they did installations and they were lowering some Japanese artists off of a building on thick ropes and lowering them down to the ground slowly, and the Japanese were curled up in like fetal position, and one of the ropes broke. And the Japanese man didn't say a word and plunged down to the ground and obviously died.
And that was the first time I had ever seen anybody die. And it shook me. And I didn't, you know, so I didn't know how to deal with it, so I sort of decided maybe I would deal with it through my art. So I made this piece called He Fell Silently. As we watched, he fell silently. It was well received. I felt a little guilty, you know, sort of, am I exploiting this tragedy or whatever? It helped me deal with the emotions of seeing this thing, this trauma. And so I sold the piece through my gallery, Traver, and we sent the money to the family of the dancer.
A pivotal moment in Lieberman's artistic evolution came when he met renowned glass painter Albinus Elskus. Elskus's influence helped shape Walter's emerging identity as a glass painter, marking a turning point that would deeply inform his work from that moment on.
Well, Pilchuck played a big role in all these artists that came to Seattle. It was a place to gather and share their ideas. They could spend time in the summer there and work together. And
I'd heard so much about Pilchuck. I thought everybody's going to be better than me, and they're going to sit around and watch me work and laugh. And you know, I was like so nervous. Once I got there, and you know, Pilchuck is a magic place. There was no time in my life when I had absolutely nothing to do except make art.
He had taken a class from a European glass painting specialist by the name of Albinus Elskus, who was known around the world for his painting techniques, and really opened up Walter to painting on glass.
I got selected for Albinus Elskus's teaching assistant. They pick the teaching assistants by your slides. They don't pay much attention to do you have the skills. And I walked on the Pilchuck campus, and somebody I knew came up to me and said, "Walt, have you seen Albinus?" I said, "No." He said, "Oh, he's really mad." Finally, I caught up with him, and he says to me, "I need a teaching assistant. I don't need another student." And I said to him, "Look, Albinus, we're stuck with each other for the next 3 weeks. I'll do everything I can to help you out, and this is it now, so we got to make the best of it." I said, "Yes, Mr. Elskus," and "No, Mr. Elskus. Of course, Mr. Elskus. Can I wash your brushes, Mr. Elskus?" And we started to get along, and we became good friends. And he got me really excited about painting on glass.
Walter Lieberman is an artist who thrives in collaboration. Working with trusted peers allowed him to explore new aesthetic directions and experiment with approaches that differed from his solo work.
Early arrivals on the glass scene here, Dick was the first person I met in Seattle. Charlie had come to go to Pilchuck, and Dick was a local doing stained glass. I was doing stained glass. I had been painting on stained glass in Olympia.
Just as I was about to poop out, I think, on doing stained glass, I ran into all these wackos, and we just nestled together.
And Walt started something called Painters Club, and we were all card-carrying members of it. In his garage studio, we would do these painting parties where we would invite friends who were painters to come work with enamels and decorate beer glasses. The three-way collaboration that Dick and Walter and I did was, we did an Exquisite Corpse. Exquisite Corpse is this artist game where, you take a piece of paper and fold it, and so you can't see, the person starts the drawing at the bottom or the top, and you fold it, and you only see the lines where the drawing, ends. His are the nicer ones, yeah, okay. Here's a couple of Walt's. This one, there are several of Walt's here. He did the bottom two. Yeah, Walt did the top and the bottom of this one. Yeah, so you can see he's a really good drawer. Anyway, that's probably enough of that. Walt and Dick collaborated for a number of years.
When Dick and I first met, we really didn't get along. We were a total opposite. It was kind of a situation where we didn't understand each other's sense of humor.
I was working on compositions, and Walt was helping all the students. I was one of the students, and I'd given up on this one portrait that I'd done. I said, "This is stupid. I give up after 2 firings." And
I said, "Well, I can finish it for you." He said, "Well, yeah?" I said, "Yeah, I can finish it for you, no problem."
He had touched up the eyes, maybe did something with the ear, and the composition was better. It was like, I was shocked. It was like, Walt. He spoke my language. I spoke a totally different language than he did, and he was fluent in my language, and he helped me with my language. It was like, wow, that's great, Walt. And I said, Walt, I love your work. And Walt said, well, I love your work. We just started working together.
He's not me. I'm much more restrained than Dick is. He's much more wild than I am. It's a completely different perspective on art and life, and so I learned from that. I enjoy it, And he's just a great guy. I mean, we've stayed friends now for 40 years or something like that.
Walter Lieberman's first-hand experience and deep ties to the Studio Glass movement have made him a valuable resource for the Museum of Glass. In many ways, Lieberman serves as an ambassador for the generation of glass artists who shaped the movement's early years, sharing their legacy with today's audiences and helping to preserve it for future ones. The Museum of Glass has been extraordinarily lucky to have Walt as a staff member for quite some years now.
Walt has a great reverence for glass, and not just contemporary glass, but really the history of glass. He scours museum collections that are online. Dude geeks out on it.
Really, he is our resident historian.
More recently, he's been working on looking at past residency images and helping us remember and capture all the people and the artists that were involved in each of the residencies. We call it Fridays with Walt. It's one of our favorite moments because we do get these this wonderful knowledge, but also these special stories. Walt's notes will live in our database in perpetuity.
I do reach out to Walt when I have questions in glass, and he's very knowledgeable in the history. Sometimes when I see him here, we'll talk about things, or sometimes I'll shoot him emails or even messages through Instagram.
His research will inform how things are archived, how things are sorted, and how the content becomes available eventually to the wider public. You can see in the body of work that he is constantly exploring, constantly asking questions, and I think Walter's legacy not only is that body of work and of course his drawings, but also that ongoing investigation, curiosity.
His legacy is his contribution to spreading the knowledge that people have.
His attitude about glass and his attitude about how one should approach the material in such a pure, honest way.
It's going to be younger people like myself that can take that information and pass it on to the next generation. So
I'm a nerd, a glass nerd, history nerd. I love to draw. I'm infatuated with glass. It's a obsession.
I've always thought of Walter as sort of the Van Gogh of the studio glass movement, this sort of unsung. He was always pushing the limits of what glass could do and the way it communicated with people.
He's so smart. He likes the science of it. He likes the history of it.
The things I take inspiration from Walt is just his excitement for the material.
He's so passionate about the material and so passionate about making sure people learn and grow in their knowledge of glass.
He is very well versed in the history of different aspects of glassmaking and can speak with authority.
Walt's the man. He's the one that has that perspective.
I think that Walt is so beloved.
Walter's contribution is massive. It's been a pleasure, and of course he's been working here for a very long time, many years, as our main MC in the hot shop. Walter Lieberman is a gifted artist and illustrator whose talents have taken on a new dimension during his time at the Museum of Glass. It was here that he began creating technical illustrations of glassblowing techniques drawn directly onto the hot shop floor. Well, drawing on the hot shop floor is a tradition within the glass movement, but Walter really takes it to the next level.
A picture says 1,000 words, so a chalk drawing helps convey or what the artist's vision is.
He's trying to look for tools to help explain what's being made to the audience. So he can sit there and explain with his hands all day about, okay, now you're going to take this bubble and stick it to this bubble, but the natural thing for Walt to do is to draw it out.
His drawings bring a visual to that. I think they deepen the level of education and learning that can happen in our hot shop.
They actually are better than photographs because you can see, the important parts.
He would, shade it to make sure that it really kind of came to life, and it was nearly, three-dimensional on the hot shop floor, and he was drawing on such a large scale too.
They're like scientific or botanical illustrations, and they're also extremely beautiful. So you're not looking at background, you're not looking at reflections. Well, you see some reflections, but they're drawn.
Walter Lieberman grew up on the outskirts of New York City, a place teeming with energy, culture, and constant stimulation. Even as a child, he turned to art as a form of escape and expression.
Walt was always directed towards art. He was always drawing. He had a crayon in his hand and later on a pencil or paintbrush. And so he's always been an artistic person, and he's always been sketching, and he's always been very visually oriented, I would say.
I started out copying comic books. Mad magazine was a big influence on my artistic career. When you're young, you want to do stuff just like the professionals do. So, my standard of excellence was how much it looked like the actual magazine. Both my mom and dad were hobby painters. My dad was a lawyer, my mother was a school teacher. I wanted to be a computer scientist, just like my brother. I had, drawn and painted and done all that art stuff as a kid, but I didn't really think of it as a career. As I got older, I decided if I'm ever going to do it, I've got to do it when I'm young. So now's the time. So I quit Carnegie Mellon and I went to live with my brother in Boston.
I said, well, why don't you come up and here in Boston, we have the Massachusetts College of Art.
Well, he was doing a series of pieces called the Erosion series of glass, where he was sandblasting into the glass, and he was doing something unlike anybody else that I knew of at the time.
He was blowing glass bowls and sandblast images into them, or sheets of glass that were salvaged off of old buildings in Seattle and sandblast images into them. He was not so much a painter as he was working with sandblast glass.
I was studying glass at MassArt, and it was mostly glass blowing. And I was, sort of gaining the basic skills, but I was kind of bored with the results. So I made a vase and I made a bowl, and I wasn't all that excited about it. So I started to work with a sandblaster and carve the glass, and I would carve it till it was almost cut in half, and there was just one little piece that held the two halves together, and to sort of create the tension, the glass being beautiful and fragile. I got a lot of good feedback on that. In fact, I got into this international show called Glass Now of 1979, and it went to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, the Victoria and Albert in London, the Louvre in Paris. Oh, I was all over the place, just like everybody else who learns to blow glass. You know, you think you've invented stuff, and then you open up a book and you find out that somebody copied you 100 years before you were born. In college, my teacher, Dan Daly, he was a terrific role model. He wasn't a great teacher, but he was a terrific role model because he took his work so seriously. And I think that's what led me to believe that you could actually be a serious artist and do that for a living.
In his early years, Lieberman's artwork was deeply rooted in political and social themes. This commitment to authenticity and social engagement has remained a defining element of his work throughout his career.
He was always pushing the limits of what glass could do and the way it communicated with people.
He had social concerns. He's actually an extremely honorable person, unbelievably honorable to the point of maybe painfully honorable. And he would have stuff about the homeless, early before it was trendy to be worried about the homeless, so with a bottle in a doorway and a man. And these are the sort of things that back when the day in the 80s when people were trying to do a beautiful goblet.
Went on civil rights marches, burned my draft card. That was where I started out, looking at political and social issues.
He was bringing really powerful content to his paintings.
There was a famous Japanese tour that came through here in the early years where they did installations and they were lowering some Japanese artists off of a building on thick ropes and lowering them down to the ground slowly, and the Japanese were curled up in like fetal position, and one of the ropes broke, and the Japanese man didn't say a word and plunged down to the ground and obviously died.
And that was the first time I had ever seen anybody die. And it shook me. And I didn't, you know, so I didn't know how to deal with it, so I sort of decided maybe I would deal with it through my art. So I made this piece called He Fell Silently. As we watched, he fell silently. It was well received. I felt a little guilty, you know, sort of, am I exploiting this tragedy or whatever? It helped me deal with the emotions of seeing this thing, this trauma. And so I sold the piece through my gallery, Traver, and we sent the money to the family of the dancer.
A pivotal moment in Lieberman's artistic evolution came when he met renowned glass painter Albinus Elskus. Elskus's influence helped shape Walter's emerging identity as a glass painter, marking a turning point that would deeply inform his work from that moment on.
Well, Pilchuck played a big role in all these artists that came to Seattle. It was a place to gather and share their ideas. They could spend time in the summer there and work together. And
I'd heard so much about Pilchuck. I thought everybody's going to be better than me, and they're going to sit around and watch me work and laugh. And you know, I was like so nervous. Once I got there, and Pilchuck is a magic place. There was no time in my life when I had absolutely nothing to do except make art.
He had taken a class from a European glass painting specialist by the name of Albinus Elskus, who was known around the world for his painting techniques, and really opened up Walter to painting on glass.
I got selected for Albinus Elskus's teaching assistant. They pick the teaching assistants by your slides. They don't pay much attention to do you have the skills. And I walked on the Pilchuck campus, and somebody I knew came up to me and said, "Walt, have you seen Albinus?" I said, "No." He said, "Oh, he's really mad." Finally, I caught up with him, and he says to me, "I need a teaching assistant. I don't need another student." And I said to him, "Look, Albinus, we're stuck with each other for the next 3 weeks. I'll do everything I can to help you out, and this is it now, so we got to make the best of it." I said, "Yes, Mr. Elskus," and "No, Mr. Elskus. Of course, Mr. Elskus. Can I wash your brushes, Mr. Elskus?" And we started to get along, and we became good friends. And he got me really excited about painting on glass.
Walter Lieberman is an artist who thrives in collaboration. Working with trusted peers allowed him to explore new aesthetic directions and experiment with approaches that differed from his solo work.
Early arrivals on the glass scene here, Dick was the first person I met in Seattle. Charlie had come to go to Pilchuck, and Dick was a local doing stained glass. I was doing stained glass. I had been painting on stained glass in Olympia.
Just as I was about to poop out, I think, on doing stained glass, I ran into all these wackos, and we just nestled together.
And Walt started something called Painters Club, and we were all card-carrying members of it. In his garage studio, we would do these painting parties where we would invite friends who were painters to come work with enamels and decorate beer glasses. The three-way collaboration that Dick and Walter and I did was, we did an Exquisite Corpse. Exquisite Corpse is this artist game where, you take a piece of paper and fold it, and so you can't see, the person starts the drawing at the bottom or the top, and you fold it, and you only see the lines where the drawing, ends. His are the nicer ones, yeah, okay. Here's a couple of Walt's. This one, there are several of Walt's here. He did the bottom two. Yeah, Walt did the top and the bottom of this one. Yeah, so you can see he's a really good drawer. Anyway, that's probably enough of that. Walt and Dick collaborated for a number of years.
When Dick and I first met, we really didn't get along. Sort of total opposite. It was kind of a situation where we didn't understand each other's sense of humor.
I was working on compositions, and Walt was helping all the students. I was one of the students. And I'd given up on this one portrait that I'd done. I said, "This is stupid. I give up after 2 firings." And
I said, "Well, I can finish it for you." He said, "Well, yeah?" I said, "Yeah, I can finish it for you, no problem."
He had touched up the eyes, maybe did something with the ear, and the composition was better. It was like, I was shocked. It was like, Walt. He spoke my language. I spoke a totally different language than he did, and he was fluent in my language, and he helped me with my language. It was like, wow, that's great, Walt. And I said, Walt, I love your work. And Walt said, well, I love your work. We just started working together.
He's not me. I'm much more restrained than Dick is. He's much more wild than I am. It's a completely different perspective on art and life, and so I learned from that. I enjoy it, And he's just a great guy. I mean, we've stayed friends now for 40 years or something like that.
Walter Lieberman's first-hand experience and deep ties to the Studio Glass movement have made him a valuable resource for the Museum of Glass. In many ways, Lieberman serves as an ambassador for the generation of glass artists who shaped the movement's early years, sharing their legacy with today's audiences and helping to preserve it for future ones. The Museum of Glass has been extraordinarily lucky to have Walt as a staff member for quite some years now.
Walt has a great reverence for glass, and not just contemporary glass, but really the history of glass. He scours museum collections that are online. Dude geeks out on it.
Really, he is our resident historian.
More recently, he's been working on looking at past residency images and helping us remember and capture all the people and the artists that were involved in each of the residencies. We call it Fridays with Walt. It's one of our favorite moments because we do get these this wonderful knowledge, but also these special stories. Walt's notes will live in our database in perpetuity.
I do reach out to Walt when I have questions in glass, and he's very knowledgeable in the history. Sometimes when I see him here, we'll talk about things, or sometimes I'll shoot him emails or even messages through Instagram.
His research will inform how things are archived, how things are sorted, and how the content becomes available eventually to the wider public. You can see in the body of work that he is constantly exploring, constantly asking questions, and I think Walter's legacy not only is that body of work and of course his drawings, but also that ongoing investigation, curiosity.
His legacy is his contribution to spreading the knowledge that people have.
His attitude about glass and his attitude about how one should approach the material in such a pure, honest way.
It's going to be younger people like myself that can take that information and pass it on to the next generation. So
I'm a nerd, a glass nerd, history nerd. I love to draw. I'm infatuated with glass. It's a obsession.
I've always thought of Walter as
All right. So we're just coming back from lunch. The team is getting back in here to start again. Have any of you been in a glassblowing studio before? Okay, a couple people, cool. Well, this is our hot shop here. Glassblowing Studios, more popular known as a hot shop because we work in here when the glass is hot. There's also a cold shop where the glass is cold. We work on it to grind it and polish it down in there. But right now we're working on some components for some sculptures that our visiting artist is going to be making. So our visiting artist, his name is Nick Mount. He's not back in the shop yet, but we're getting the team started on some of the pieces. To let you guys know a little bit more about Nick Mount, he was among the first generation of artists to be introduced to glass in Australia in the early 1970s. Grounded in the historic and cultural traditions of the Venetian glass, Mount's work tells a uniquely Australian story. It's a story of partnership and persistence, industry and innovation, experimentation and growth. He has a reputation for being a generous mentor. In a career spanning almost 50 years, Mount has made a significant contribution to the development of studio glass as an artistic medium in Australia and is celebrated as a master of his craft. Nick is here in the gray shirt, the long sleeve shirt. That's our resident artist here this week. Today is our first day of his residency, so we've been making a lot of components for the pieces he wants to make. He's going to be making sculptures similar to these drawings in his sketchbook. So we're making busts, kind of abstract sculptures that resemble busts. We've been making all of the patterns that we'll be putting on the pieces. Up on the screen show some of his previous work to give you an idea. But this morning we made a bunch of the components for the patterns, and we're working on finishing up those components over here on the left side of the studio. We have some pre-made pieces that we made this morning in what's called the garage, which is this big silver box. We're going to take those out and start using them to make some of the pieces. So I'll go over really quick for anyone that's not familiar with what a hot shop is. We can show, can we show the diagram of the furnace up on the screen, please? So this is how it all starts. Our glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24/7. That keeps all the glass hot so we can come in here and use it. When it's full, our furnace holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it's all clear glass in there. It kind of looks like a big salad bowl full of honey inside, but it's a giant crucible full of clear molten glass. You scoop it out on the end of a stick the same way you'd get honey out of a jar, and that's kind of where it starts. You build it up in layers, and then you can add a bubble and blow it out. And that's a pretty basic way to explain how glassblowing starts. We also have what are called the reheating chambers, also known as the glory hole. Can we see the reheating chamber and glory hole diagram? Yeah. So it's also powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass so that it doesn't break. Its temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a little bit hotter than the inside of the furnace, which is around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. The glory hole is used to reheat the glass. When we take it out of the furnace and it's out here, it starts to get colder and get stiffer. The consistency of glass is a lot like honey, where when it's really hot, it's liquid moving a lot, and as it gets colder, it gets stiffer and gooier. So we reheat it in these big barrels of fire, getting the glass hotter so that we can continue shaping it. So we've got pieces that were made before lunch in this big silver box called the garage. You park pieces in the garage to keep them hot. We're taking them out of the garage to start using them and shaping them into the pieces. So we've got multiple things going on right now. There's 3 benches in the studio. We're using 2 of them today. This team is working on a different component than the team over there on the left side. But this piece that is in the center of the studio, this is Ben, who has the pipe with the glass on it right now. To make the stripes that you see on that piece, we did what's called pulling cane. So when glass is hot, you can put a stick on one end and then attach a stick to the other end and pull them apart to create this long string of glass. You can then chop that string into little pieces and roll a bubble of glass onto it to create the stripes. So now we have our glass bubble with the stripes on it. We're going to start shaping this and blowing it into whatever form they want to make. On the far left of the studio, the team over there is getting ready to do another, what's called cane roll-up. Could we show the cane roll-up diagram on the screen? So they've got the pieces of glass that are pulled into strings, or into lines. They'll roll those up to create our pattern, and then blow it out into another one of these components. So for these sculptures we're working on, they're going to be abstract sculptures that are like busts, like a head and a shoulders type of thing. If you can see this, these are some of his sketches. Right now they're making these little muffs that are on the side. They're going to be headphone earpieces, so they're making all of those little headphone pieces right now. I'll bring this over here so you guys can see the drawings. So these are the end goal of all the components that we're making today. The earmuffs are they're going to resemble headphones. They're making those little pieces to put together tomorrow. So we're creating all of the pieces that will get assembled into the final structure later on. This is the first day of his residency, so we've got to get all the components made so we can put them all together. So that's really what we're working on, is making all the components that will be put together into the sculpture in later days during this residency. Did you all see this? I think they're going to be, if this is the bottom, they'll be like that tall. Yeah. But he's got a couple drawings in here of some examples of what he wants them to look like. Yeah. I'll bring these over so you guys can see them too. Did I show you all this one? It's kind of a drawing of one of the pieces we're working on. So making all the components to put them all together on another day. Yeah. I don't know if you guys could see this, but these are some of the sketches for the pieces we're working towards making. So they're over here, they're making the little earmuffs that are going to resemble headphones. Yeah. But we've got a bunch of components inside this big silver box. That's called the garage. It just keeps all the pieces warm. If the glass gets too cold, it will break. So that's kind of keeping them up to temperature. We'll take them out as we need them to start using them and sculpt into the shapes. And you can see this is really a team sport. There's multiple moving components all happening at the same time. So we've got a team at the center bench and a team at the far left bench, and they're all working on these different components, different parts of the process. So glass blowing is a layering process. Over here on the left side of this studio, the team is working on building up the layers of glass. We put a clear layer of glass, blew a bubble into it, added a layer of color, and then encased all of that with clear. They're going to blow that bubble up into the right shape so that they can roll it onto this plate over here that has cane. So this is the cane we pulled earlier. It's just sticks of glass that are made with the color. They chop it into little pieces and line those pieces up like pencils in a row. And then they'll roll the bubble that they're blowing out onto it, and that'll pick up those pieces, which will create a striped pattern. So they're working on getting the bubble ready to add our cane roll-up, which is sitting over here on a little plate. They've got to heat this up before they roll the glass onto it to pick them up. So they're working on their temperature and timing to do the cane roll-up. Over on the center bench, Ben is working on a different component. All the colors in glass, when they're hot, look orange. So this looks kind of orange, but I think this is actually white glass. Just kidding. What is it? Oh, okay. This is a little sample of what the color is. It's like a light blue with a ruby stripes on it. Celadon, that's the name of it. So this is what the color will look like when it cools down, but when glass is hot, it looks orange just because of the heat. It glows with that thermal energy, it emits that light, and that glows orange. So even the clear glass, when it comes out of the furnace, looks orange, but as it cools, it looks more like glass. We have to work with it at these high temperatures because at the high temperatures, the glass is malleable and molten. As it gets colder, it gets stiffer. So we have to work with it in these high temperatures to be able to make the pieces we want to make. And once all the pieces are finished, we have to cool them slowly inside an oven called the annealer. If the glass gets too cold too fast, it will break. So we have to cool it slowly. So once we finish all these components, we'll put them in that big black box on the left side of the studio. It'll cool by a controlled temperature difference. It'll change slowly, slowly cooling down overnight. They can take everything that they made today out tomorrow and use it to create these patterns and things for the sculptures. So it's a multiple day process, and today's the first day. So you're seeing them just at the very beginning of these processes. So the team over here on the left is about to do their cane roll-up. We've got Stina with this metal slab that has the cane on it. We've got to heat that up so that those little sticks of glass are hot enough that we can roll them onto the bubble that Gabe has in his hands there. He's going to roll them up right now by touching them together. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. And now we have stripes on our piece. So if you want a pattern on the glass, you have to create the pattern from glass and then add it to a bubble. So they created these lines of glass, they heated up those lines and rolled the bubble on top of them to create the stripes on the piece. So now Gabe is using our reheating chamber, or the glory hole, to melt those cane pieces to fuse to the clear and bubble glass that is on the end of the pipe. He's going to melt those all together until they're smooth on the surface, and then we can use that pattern to create the pieces for the sculpture that will end up being the headphone pieces for the bust sculptures. Could we show some of Nick's previous work up on the screen, please? So for those of you that just joined us recently, I can read a little bit about our artist today. Our resident artist this week through the 31st name is Nick Mount. He's the one in the long sleeve gray shirt over there. Nick Mount is among the first generation of artists to be introduced to glass in Australia in the early 1970s. Grounded in the historic and cultural traditions of the Venetian glass, Mount's work tells a uniquely Australian story. It's a story of partnership and persistence, industry and innovation, experimentation and growth. He has a reputation for being a generous mentor. In a career spanning almost 50 years, Mount has made a significant contribution to the studio glass development as an artistic medium in Australia. He's celebrated as a master in his craft. Nick Mount. So he's our resident artist here this week. He'll be here through the 31st making some of his work. Today's the first day of his residency, so we're really just getting started, working on a lot of different components to be able to put them all together to make sculptures. So the things he's been making, he's been working with distorted and interrupted geometric forms with broad and minimal colorways as objects to use in compositions with other glass forms and materials. So these examples we had on the screen earlier kind of give you an idea of the shapes he's working towards. He'll be making some distorted abstract geometric forms that look like busts but they will have different patterns and things on them. They're going to look like they have on headphones. So the team is making the pieces for like the muffs of the headphones. They're making all the little pieces for those components. Just working as a team to make all these parts. And later down the road during the residency, they'll take all of the pieces that they're making today to make the final sculpture. They're adding really intricate patterns to these pieces, so that takes a lot of prep work. If you want a pattern on the glass, you have to make the pattern out of glass and then add it to a bubble. So they're working on making all the patterns and all the pieces. So a good question we got over here is how you get the color in the glass. As glass artists, we don't put the color in there. There's glass chemists that mix different metal oxides with clear glass, and that makes the colors. So if you added a very small amount of cobalt oxide to clear glass, you would get cobalt glue glass. So we don't make the colors. There's chemists that do that, and there's a glass color and supply store that we go buy these things from. I've got an example of a bar of glass over here. So if you wanted your piece to be orange, you'd buy a bar of orange glass. This is a little piece. You would put this into a little oven and preheat it to about 1,000 degrees so that you can pick it up on the end of a stick and melt it the rest of the way in the reheating chamber. Once it's molten hot, you can add it to the piece and you get a layer of color. Glass blowing is really all about just building up layers and adding layers. So you can add a layer of color and then encase that in clear. Add another layer of color, encase that in clear, build that up, and then blow it out into a ball to make a piece. But the colors all come from different metal oxides added to the glass, a very small amount of metal oxide. Yeah, the glass blowing's the layering process. You can put different layers in there because it's a clear material. So the first color you put on there is going to be the inside color, and then you can encase it in clear and add another color, and the last color you put on there will be the outside of the piece. So it's kind of an abstract way of thinking of planning glass blowing pieces out. But it's really all about building up the layers because the clear glass sits in the furnaces, molten at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and you can only get so much out at a time because of how hot it is. So you get a scoop of glass out of there, and then you can let it cool down and stiffen up, and then you can go back in there and get another layer, build it up bigger and bigger until you have a big blob of glass on the end of the stick. But you can also add things in between those clear layers for colors and different visual effects. Yeah. So there's a lot of chemistry involved in putting color in the glass, and there's a lot of physics involved in the glass blowing process. There's just generally a lot of science involved with glass blowing. And for those of you over here that can't really see what's happening on the left side of the studio, we've got it up on the screen as well, so you can see a little bit more of what's going on. On the left side of the studio, they're making components that will be put into the garage. The garage will keep them warm so that when the team over here is ready to make the next piece, they can take the components out of the garage and start to blow and shape the glass. So we're really just all about lining up temperature and timing to make these pieces work. If the glass gets too cold, it will break. No matter what part of the process you're in, if the glass gets cold, it cracks or breaks. So we just have to keep the temperature and timing aligned so that nothing breaks. Up on the screen right now is an image of some of the sketches that Nick has in his sketchbook to give you an idea of what the sculptures that we're going to be making will end up looking like. Right now they're making the round pieces that look like earmuffs or headphones. We're making all of those components right now. This morning they made all the components for the pattern that we'll put onto the body and the head of the piece. Those are all sitting in the annealing oven, which is this big black box on the far left of the studio. They took bars of colored glass and pulled them out into long strips. Later they'll cut those into, they'll chop little pieces to make small, what look like little coins of glass. And then they'll do it similar to how they did the cane roll-up. They'll put all those little pieces on a tray and melt them down, and then roll a clear bubble onto it to create a pattern. They'll then blow that out into the shape of the body or the head of the sculpture to have that color pattern. And then they'll add these pieces they're making now to the head. But right now we're really just making a lot of the components that will be put together at a later date. So at the middle bench, they're about to remove the piece from the pipe. If you chill this spot with the metal, tap on the pipe, those vibrations go into the spot that you got really cold and it breaks. So they cooled down that little spot right in the back of the piece, tap on the pipe, the vibrations break the weak spot, and now they're gonna load that away to use later. Glass goes through a molecular change as it cools, so that has to be done in a controlled environment. The slow cooling of the glass is called annealing. So everything we make today will go into our annealing oven, which is that big black box. It will cool down slowly overnight. Tomorrow we can take it back out, check it out, make sure it's all the right shape, and then we'll preheat it to take it out again and use it for the pieces that we're going to put together. So we're making all the components, annealing them, and then cleaning them up to bring them back into the shop and use them again later. Yeah. He's making one of the pieces for the sculptures. It'll be like a headphone piece. Oh yeah, so over there we've got some cane on the table. Gabe is chopping up the cane into even lengths so that we can line them up like pencils and then roll them up onto a bubble to make the stripes. So he's prepping some of that cane for us to add to our piece. They made the cane this morning, so they picked up the color, they encased it in clear, they got it really hot and then put a stick on one end and a stick on the other end and just pulled them apart to stretch the glass out into these thin lines of glass. Then you can chop them up and add them to a piece. So they're getting ready to do another cane roll up those stripes to give us a striped piece. On the far left of the studio, we're getting ready to do another cane roll-up. We've got a tray that we put all the little pieces of cane that they just chopped up onto. They're going to heat it up so that we can take a hot bit of glass and roll it onto that tray and pick up those pieces to create the striped pattern. So again, it's all about the temperature and timing. They've got to get those little pieces hot enough that they don't crack when you touch them to another hot bit of glass. If you take a cold piece of glass and put it into the fire, it will explode from temperature shock. So we have to heat them up so that they don't break or explode from temperature shock. So on the left side of the studio, they're getting ready to do another cane roll-up. Could we show the cane roll-up diagram on the screen, please? So this gives you an idea of how we get those stripes on the piece. We got our cane, which is those sticks of glass. You line them up like pencils, and then you heat them up and roll the bubble onto them so that they stick to the surface and create those striped patterns. They're getting ready to do that over here on the left side of the studio. They're lining up the cane onto the plate right now. Once they're ready, they're going to heat that up and start adding it to the piece. At the center bench, they're just using what's a little bit left of what they were using to make a little glass, a little cup. So they're getting set up to start doing the next part of the process. But while they're finishing this up, I'll just mention we have a live stream that happens here. If you're ever curious to know what's happening here in the hot shop, we live screen the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org under the hot shop tab or on the YouTube Museum of Glass channel. So if you ever want to see what's going on here, but you can't come physically to the cone, you can watch it online through our live stream. Over here on the left side of the studio, we're about to do what's called a color overlay. They're getting ready to add some color to some clear glass. It's a layering process. So they're going to add a layer of color to a clear bubble of glass. Could we see the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300-degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that video kind of explains what they're doing on the left side of the studio here. They just did one of those color overlays. They're going to encase that in some clear glass and blow it out into a bubble so that we can add our cane roll-up, which will give the piece stripes. So Gabe has the color overlay on the left side. He's the one in the black hat on the screen. He pushed the color down the sides of the bubble, and now we have that thin layer of color on our piece. He'll encase that in another layer of clear glass by going back into the furnace and getting what's called a gather, which is a scoop of glass out of our furnace. He'll get that gather out the same way you'd get honey out of a jar with a stick. He'll just put it into the pool of glass in the furnace and rotate the pipe, which will wrap the glass around it, encasing it in clear. Once it's encased with that clear, they blow the bubble out and they shape it up a little more cylindrical. They'll take our tray over here that has the cane pieces, which look like this, little pieces of glass that are pulled out into a straight line. They'll line them all up together like pencils in a row and then roll the bubble that they're blowing out over the top of it. Hot glass sticks to other hot glass. So these little bits of cane will get heated up and they'll stick to the surface. They'll roll them all up, melt them into the reheating chamber, and then blow that out to have a piece with solid color with stripes on top. We pre-made some of those before lunch, so that's what Ben has over here is one of the pieces that we already put all of that color application on. And he's shaping it up into components that will be added to the sculptures that we'll be working on in later days during our residency here with Nick. Nick is the one in the gray shirt. He's our resident artist for the week through the 31st. So we're working today sort of in like an assembly line. This team on the left side is making the starts of the pieces and then putting them into this big silver box called the garage that keeps them warm so they don't break. And the team over in the center bench takes the pieces out of the garage when they're ready to use them and shapes them into these sculptural components that will be added to our sculptures later in the process on other days. So we're making a lot of components for the final piece today. You won't really see the final piece today, but if you come back the next couple days during the residency, you can see them using the components we're making today on the pieces that they're going to make tomorrow. Oh yeah, I was just about to mention that. So Stina was just spraying water into the furnace. The water on the surface of all the glass in there will pop the bubbles that are on the surface so that when you gather more glass out, you don't pick up a bunch of bubbles. So spraying water in there helps pop the bubbles on the surface so that the glass looks cleaner. Yeah. But it's just water. But yeah, in that furnace is just a big bowl that holds all the glass, and each time you gather glass out of there, you could potentially trap a bubble of air from scooping it out. And then those bubbles float to the surface, and the next person that goes in there to get glass will scoop the bubble out. So the water pops the bubbles so they don't show up on the next piece. The piece that just got finished at the center bench is going into what's called the annealing oven. Glass goes through a molecular change as it gets colder, so we cool it in a controlled environment. That way the stress from all the changing the shape and blowing that we did to the glass doesn't cause it to crack. Everything we make or have made today is in that big black box. It's going to slowly cool down overnight. There's a program attached to that box on the side that's going to systematically cool the temperature down. It's going to sit in there right now at about 950 degrees Fahrenheit, which keeps it warm so that we can continue adding things to the box. At the end of the day, when we're done, they'll start the program that systematically cools that temperature down overnight. Tomorrow, when we come in, we can take everything out and see how we did, and then use those components for the next thing that we're going to make. So the glass will cool in there overnight slowly. So the team on the left is doing a cane roll-up right now, picking up those pieces of glass to make a striped pattern. Hot glass sticks to other hot glass. So they heated up the pieces and the bubble, and then they stuck them together and rolled them on the table, which got all of those stripes stuck to the bubble, and now we have our pattern. They're going to work on melting that in and cleaning up the shape and the pattern, and then they'll start to blow that bubble to make our next component. So right now they're making some components for sculptures that they're going to be working on. Can we show the sketch up on the screen again, please? To give you an idea, he's making geometrical forms that are supposed to represent busts. So these are the shapes they're going for. Right now they're making the round parts that are going to represent headphones. So they're making the headphone muff pieces right now. They're making all those smaller components so that they can put it all together to make the large-scale sculpture later on in the process. So they're making a bunch of smaller components today, and then tomorrow and the next day they'll start putting it all together to make the bigger pieces. Yeah, so we're working towards making sculptures that look like that. But our visiting artist name is Nick Mount. He's the one in the long sleeve gray shirt. He's working on distorted and interrupted geometric forms with broad and minimal colorways as objects to use in composition with other glass forms and materials. So he has other work that he's combined with like bronze and other found object sculpture pieces. So he's working on these to add to his body of work that has to do with that subject. His residency starts today and goes through the 31st. So this is our first day. So they're making a lot of the smaller components for the bigger objects later. Yeah. So they made the patterns, and now they're making some of the component pieces for the sculptures. So they're making, here, can we show the sketches up on the screen again, please? So you can get an idea of what they're working towards. So they're making the components for these sculptures. Nick Mount is our artist here in the gray shirt. So this is some drawings in his sketchbook to show you the ideas of what the goals are that we're going for. They're making the components right now. They're making the round parts on the side that look like earmuffs. Yeah, what's that?
That gives me an idea of the scale.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so they're making all these components. Since today's the first day of the residency, they're making the components so that they can put them all together on later days. So everything we've made today is in that big black box on the far left. That's the annealer that's going to slowly cool the pieces down. That way they don't break. And they'll come out tomorrow. They'll start using them to build up the sculptures. So we're making a lot of components today. Yeah, out in the hallway, out there in the grand hall, we've got some work by Paul Stankert. And I believe we have a video that we can watch to show all of Paul Stankert's process and work. If we could put that video on the screen, please.